again. So, you know, it is today. Today is like 9/11. So, it is late or whatever, but I said for today I was going to try to finish this game. And so that's what I'm going to do. So, let's pause this again. I feel like another like I don't know. Another 3 or 4 hour session might be enough, but I mean at the same time, like I said, I never have finished the game yet. But gonna try it. Oh no, where's the music? Here, let me just stop and restart the game then. All right, let me bring it over onto my screen here. There we go. Okay, let's go in here. All right, so here he is. So we're supposed to fully optimize the blue path. How hard is it going to be? I don't know. Apparently I never finished it before. So let's do number 17. Exclusive lounge. Here we go. Okay, so let's see what we've got in here. Okay, so it says in the size challenge, we missed it by 1. In the speed challenge, we were good enough. So this one should be simple, right? Can we shave off 1 command in here somewhere? I mean, I see that I have 2 outboxes right off the bat here. So can we drop one of the outboxes? I'm not totally sure. Yeah, I think so. If we just... This is going right to the start, and this is going right to the start. Yeah, simple. So this one will instead go here, and we'll just drop this one. That should do it, right? I think that seems simple enough in its way. So we did gain 3 more steps on the speed challenge, but whatever, it's finished. Let's go to countdown. Okay, there he goes. Okay, so it was 10 and we had 15. Okay, so not very close. 82 and 96, so we're pretty far off in both categories. So let's first try and drop 10 commands off, or excuse me, drop 5 commands to get down to 10 on the size challenge. Let's try that first. So, I mean, I can see that I have outbox 4 different times. So even dropping 3 of the outboxes would get us down to 12, right? Can we do that? I've got outbox here. Yeah, so we can totally drop that. That's not a problem at all. What about this one? So now, okay, I'm down from 4 to 3 outboxes. We should be fine. Still need to drop 4 more commands. Interesting. Oh, I didn't bring it up on my phone. I like to do that because it at least gets me, just a free viewer count. Although I don't know if it counts for anything, but it shows up on the UI as an extra viewer. Okay, so 14. Okay, let's go back. All right, can we drop another of these outboxes? So this one goes back to here. So yeah, we can actually 100% drop that if we just go here instead. Okay, so then we need to drop 3 more, it looks like. Okay, sure. All right. So this one jumps all the way back to the start. So we have 2 that jump all the way back to the start. This one's if negative. And this one is if positive. So all these things do is jump. So we should drop that extra jump. There's no point to it. All right, so we still need 2 more. Yeah, still need 2 more. Are we getting any closer? We are edging a little bit closer on speed. Okay. So, this one and this one. And then this one. Sure, that seems okay. So we inbox, copy 2, jump if negative. Interesting, interesting. We can perhaps notice we have a jump if negative here and a jump if negative here that both go to the same place. So technically, let's see. I don't have a clear idea of how that can help me shave off a command. The difference is that we're using bump minus here and bump plus here. So if we can spot a little bit of what's the same, that might help. I think, I don't know about shaving off a couple more commands. I think I need a completely different approach, I guess. I don't know. Hmm. If we had like a -1 or a +1 on the floor, but we don't have anything on the floor. So if we did, we could use that to add instead of using the two different bumps. But we don't have anything on the floor. So I do think we can basically merge these. I think it means that we'll have to do a copy from in order to check whether it's negative, I guess. Let's see what it looks like if we try to merge these. So we'll do a copy from because we want to get that number right after having outboxed. Then jump if negative. So if it's negative, we bump it up. If it's not negative, we bump it down. If it's 0, then we outbox and jump back to the start. And we'll get rid of all these. Then here we also outbox and then jump back to here. Expected a 9, but you outboxed 10. Okay, whoops. Let me see what he did wrong. We put it here. Oh, bumped it the wrong direction. So if it's negative, it needs to go down. Okay, let's watch. Grab the 5. He bumped it up. Okay. Okay, so we grabbed this. Is it 0? No. Is it negative? No. Okay, so these are reversed. And I wasn't reading. So did that hasn't saved. I still have 13 here. That hasn't saved me anything at all. I was at 12 before, right? So that was not needed at all. Did he do it right on this one? Hold on. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Okay, so that was not wanted. Okay, that's 11. Okay, so now we're looking better. If I could get it right. I got myself all goofed up. Okay. -2, so far so good. Oh, what the hell? That arrow is pointing the wrong place? Okay. Alright, so we're at 11. So that is actually an improvement over what I had before. In terms of speed, it's way worse than what I had before. Way, way worse in speed. So we can try and shave off one more, but then we're going to have to do it differently for the speed. Can we shave off one more? So I do still have outbox 2 places. Oh, yes. Let's see here. So this jump goes there. So in all reality, if it goes there, then we can get rid of this. And then this one could, in all reality, go here. All right, so we're nowhere close on the speed challenge. But this one, okay, so this one finished the size challenge. Good. All right, so now I'm going to just change this back to the way I had it before, where we use separate paths for the positive and negative numbers, because that was getting kind of close on speed, right? So we inbox, we do make this copy, but now we need to jump if negative to a whole different area. Then this is good. Now we don't need to do this. Although, honestly, maybe it kind of made sense. Let me leave it for a second. We don't need to do this because it won't be negative. And we don't want this. And these two jumps are going to the same place. Okay, so there's just the positive path, and then just the negative path is the same. Except we bump up. And yeah, this should save us a lot of time on the speed challenge. And then this jumps back to here. So now we're up to 13. 103. So we were way faster before, because we weren't using copy from, for one thing. Okay, so we inbox, we put it here, go to this path. All right, so now we outbox, fine. But now, instead of copy from, we're just going to go ahead and bump down. And this is going to be if negative. Yeah. And then here, similarly, we're going to outbox. We're just going to bump up. We're not going to copy. And then instead of if 0, this is going to be jump if negative to here. Jump if 0 to here, right? And then this jump will go back to the start. Okay, does that put us back in the 80s? Let's see. Yeah, that does bring us back down into the 80s. We only have to shave off one more to finish the speed challenge. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we inboxed. We put it down. We jumped if negative. We outboxed. We bumped. Jumped. Okay. Outboxed. Bumped. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so here he goes. So he puts it down. Outbox, fine. Bump down. I think maybe we can shave off that last one. And the way I think we can maybe do that is if we put jump if 0 here, and then go to a special 0 area at the end, and get rid of this. And then here also, we get rid of this, and then this goes to the special 0 area. And in the special 0 area, we just outbox and jump to the start. Okay, so that wasn't quite right, because this jump went to the wrong place, right? This jump was supposed to go here. Yeah, okay, here we go. Darn. Really? So the -2 was okay. Outboxed. Bumped it. It is in fact 0, so great. We jumped to the start. Okay. I see. I see. So that... It's not great, but it does mean we need another jump if 0. So in this case, we do need to go to the special 0 area right off the bat. Okay. How does that do for us? Back up to 14 again. Ah, we didn't manage to shave one off. We did not manage to shave one off. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, so if we move this up, then I think that does shave one off. Let's see. Okay, so we're at 14 and 82. Yep, we shaved that last one off. Okay, next. That one I actually rather enjoyed. Let's do this next one. Multiplication Workshop, number 20. And then it goes 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wait a minute. Oh, is this 27? Oh, it doesn't have a number on it. Okay, well, that's fine. All right, 20, Multiplication Workshop. Let's see what we're looking at here. Okay, hit us with it, guy. There he goes. Okay, so the verdict is, for the size challenge, we were looking for 15 and we got 29. So not quite double, but we did beat the speed challenge by 7. So that's a little gratifying. So now we're going to try and do it in about half the amount of commands. So what I'm seeing here is we have 2 different outbox areas. If we merge those into one, that will presumably bring us much closer to wait a minute. It says don't worry about negative numbers for now. Oh, I see. So what I did here is I made sure to check which of the 2 is smaller because that helps us multiply faster, and hence why... Here, let's just watch him. So he puts the 4 and the 3. So he decrements the 3 and adds the 4, and that's faster than doing it the other way around. And so again here. So that helps us meet the speed challenge. But if we don't bother doing that, then that can bring our size challenge down very easily. In fact, yeah, I do think it's quite easy. So we do the inbox. This part is good. Okay, so now here, we're not going to bother doing subtraction, and we're not going to do jump if negative. So everything after this, we're going to tear out and not use it. Okay. We're not going to do a subtraction, and we're not going to do this. And then what is this? Jump if 0. I think here we're just trying to outbox. So that brings it down to 17. I didn't look at it carefully enough to know if that's actually going to work, but let's just see where it fails. Expected 12, but outboxed 0. Okay, so we grabbed the wrong thing when outboxing. I think we need to copy from 2 here. Oh, wait a minute. Where's this one go? Okay. Shoot. All right, so we inboxed. If it's 0, we're going to get rid of it. So we inbox. Copy from 9. And so it's much slower now, but we're much closer to the size challenge. We're still off by 4, so it wasn't easy like I hoped it might have been. And we're way over on the speed challenge now, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to try and bring 4 or more commands out of here. Okay, so inbox, jump if 0. So technically, here, let's watch him. So he'll put the 6 down here, and then he puts the 2 down here, and then he puts the 2 there. So actually, if this one is 0, then we don't need to worry about jumping, actually. It'll make him way, way slower, but he should still be able to get the correct answers. See, he's just adding 0 a bunch of times. It's pointless, but whatever, it shaves a command off. Yeah, way, way slower. Okay, so next. All right, so now what if this one is 0? So again, I think if that one is 0, we can probably live with that. So we don't need the extra inbox. And we might not even need that. Which does bring us down to 15. So we've just got the 2 inboxes. Bam, bam. We don't need this. This is not required now. We bump that down. So if it was 0 in the beginning, it's going to become negative and it's not going to work, right? Let's say, hmm, so this jump here is unreachable, right? Let's get rid of it. So the big thing is what if this was 0 to start with, right? Okay, I'm gonna put in a fix, but it's gonna be too many commands. But let's see. Um, let's see if this gets me any closer. Let's just make sure it works. Okay. Okay, so that got the correct answer, it looks like. But I'm still 2 commands too many. So, okay, so let's say, what if when we do this, we just hop down into here, and then we get rid of this one. And then here, no, this isn't any better at all. If anything, I guess it's worse. I think my thinking got pretty uptight and rigid here on this one somehow. So our best was 17. Hmm. So that's 17, right? All right. So yes, this is 17. That's our best. Um, well, here, we can shave one off right here, right? 16. All right, 16. That's our best yet, and only one more. Okay, only one more, so we might be close or might not. But I'm thinking probably close-ish. Okay, so we have copy from 2. Let me change this back to bump here. I think we can work with that. And then yeah, if we don't need that 9, that's better. It might be better. Okay, so that's 16. What's the last one we can take off of here? Okay, yeah. Wait. No. Shoot. I'm looking at we have copy from 2 here and here, right? Oh man. Wait a minute. Ah, we don't need that. If we already have the 0 in hand. Oh, okay, yeah, we do need that. Never mind, never mind. We do need that. Bump down 0. Oh, man. F0. Well, so again, if the, shoot, man. If this were uh, if this were inbox and then copy from here and then this is that's 17. $16, yeah. Okay. So what if we didn't wait a minute. All right, that's 16 still. All right. So then what else? And technically, it could always just be like this. And that's 16 still, right? What if the, oh, man, what if the jump if 0 could be put somewhere else? Oh, I think I've gotten this one before. I wonder if we do have to take quite a different approach. I suspect that I likely got this one previously when I tried the game. In fact, what are my dates? February 7th, 2019. Cheap followers. That's good. That's a good idea. Thanks for the cheap followers chat. So yeah, I did most of these February 17th, or excuse me, February 7th of 2019. And then I did a couple more February 11th. And then one February 12th. And then stopped playing and never got these last two. Oh, goodness gracious. 2019. Yeah, that was a long time ago. It's good times for me. Pretty good times. All right, so what if at this point when we do this copy, what if we check for 0 there? Would that help us in any way? I don't think so. I don't think I know this one. I think I'll come back to it. Let's hop to a different puzzle. Okay, multiplication workshop. We'll have to return, I guess. 0 terminated sum. Okay, here's what we've got. Okay, so we did it in 10 commands. So that's good, but we're 20 over on the speed challenge. All right, so we're adding up all the numbers. And what is it that we are doing that we could do less of? So we're putting a 0 here. We're doing inboxing. If it comes out as 0, we know that's the end. So we take the sum and put it out. Okay, that makes sense. Then we reset. We do an addition and put it on the floor. Okay, that seems okay too. Interesting. So is there a good way we can like unroll this one? Something about it makes me think unrolling. And like I said, I did play the game before back in 2019. I think I've revisited it. I have revisited it several times since. Um okay, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, it's crazy. We were way over on the time on this one. Way, way over. Jump, add, copy. Yeah, I guess we technically can unroll this one, but I don't think it's gonna save us that much, just this one jump, right? Ten commands, okay. 72, and we got 92. We need to save 20. Yeah, 20 is a lot. But, I mean, truth be told, we can, like, we can unroll it if we want to. What is that one doing there? There we go. So this jump... Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's not do that. Looks weird as heck, but, I mean, I think I fixed the bug. Nope, I was wrong. Well, talk about being incautious. -3, really? So that straight up jumped to the wrong place. Hmm. Well, that unrolled it, but is that really going to save 20? I don't think so. 32. Okay. Um, so really, all of the jump if 0 should be different, I guess, probably. Okay, so at this point, let's jump back to the start. I don't think any of this down here does us any good. Alright, so dramatically unrolled the loop. A bit stupid. Isn't there a cleverer, better way? So no, so we were actually a little bit better, 79 on average. Hmm. And why were we a little bit better? Hmm. I mean, we can see clearly what's happening over and over again, right? I think this is where most of the action is. So can we do something differently? So that, like, if we're going to inbox, let's watch him for a sec. So he comes in here. There we go. We started off. Grab this, add, put it down. Grab this, add, put it down. I think we can do better. I think we can maybe do better when we grab the first item, where we might not have to copy these, right? So like the first item, we outbox here, and the first item is here. So it could be a special case. So if we didn't do this, and instead we just grabbed inbox, jump if 0, to a special inbox case. I guess I'll put it all the way at the end. I don't know. Where we outbox without copying. That saves us a few operations, I guess, maybe. Okay, down to 64. So all that unrolling was way more than necessary. The special case for the first character made a way bigger difference. All right, let's get back. So that one's lit up. Next is Fibonacci Visitor. Okay, so here's what we chose to do. I don't think we need the 3. We should be able to get by with just the 2, I think. So we use 22. We're good on speed, though. Okay. Inbox. Copy to 0. Copy from 9 to 1. Bump. Copy to 2. We don't need that 9. We don't need that 9 to be a 0. We can just bump that right at the start. And just do that. Does that get us a better result in some way? It's still 22, right? Okay, so down to 150, that's the best speed. Okay, now let me just watch him for a sec. So he puts this here. Here we go, 1, 1. And we put that on there. Sure. Now we add these and put them there. I think that's completely unnecessary. I don't think we need that spot 3. I think that when we add those, something doesn't seem right. We're adding these together. So I've got 1, 1. Okay, so I did the addition, and I've got the 2. And now I'm putting it down over here because I want to save this. And then I want to save this. Isn't this section too much? I don't know, man. Oh, if we want to save on commands, then we could actually copy this from 1 each time, probably. This could be from here, the lower one. And then let's see. So instead of outboxing here, or doing this, we could maybe outbox just the once. Okay, that shaves off a couple commands, I guess. Oh, but when we make the subtraction, then we also have to subtract from here. Yeah, I guess that's okay. That shaved off a couple commands. That's good. So we just need one more. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So when we do this, we put a 1 and a 1. And we put that there. Okay, so now we're going to do an addition, right? So, or no. Okay, so now we're going to do an addition. We grab this. We add this. We've got 3. Ah, but the thing is, if we want this back, we don't need it copied down here. We could just do a subtraction, and I think that might save me the one last command. So instead of copying to 3, let's copy to 2. So we'll overwrite it, but that's okay because we can get it back by doing subtract. And then we don't need any of this. Except we need this. How's that? What do we think? I think I messed it up, but let's see. Yes, that's the insight that I was missing, that I was craving. Ah, I'm happy that I found that. Of course, I mean, it's pretty simple, but man, I wasn't thinking of it. So that brought us down to 18. Very nice. And look at that speed. That's the best. That's very good. That's very, very good. Okay, cool. All right, so we did these ones. This brings us, oh, look. So that brings us to the 3 sort, and then I'll have to go back and figure out this multiplication workshop. I will most likely clear that one and do it again from scratch. Let's look at the 3 sort. How far off were we on this one? There's a ton in here, right? Crazy. So it's the target is 34, so we're kind of close-ish to double. So I do believe that what we can do is we can sort the first 2 first, and then that will and then that way we merge a lot of the rest. For this one, I think I'm going to have to clear and start this one from scratch, because that one is crazy. Okay, so let's try and think up what the general idea is supposed to be for this one then. So we're supposed to do smallest to largest, right? So when we take the first thing and put it on the floor, and then we take the second thing, we can do a subtraction right off the bat, and then see if that's negative. So if that's negative, then the second item is smaller, right? So we're going to add to get it back. And then let's say, so what if we do sort of an intake where we put that on 0, but now let's put whichever of the two is the smaller here on 2. So we got that back, and this one is the smaller in this case, right? So we'll put that on 2, okay? And then we'll put the other one on 3 because it's the larger. All right. And in the other case, we will also have to add 0. So we're going to have to see if we have to shave commands off, but we'll see. And then this time, we put that on 3 because it's the larger. And then we grab this one, this one, and put it on 2 because it's the smaller of the two. All right? So now the rest becomes relatively, I guess, simpler, right? So now once we get to this point, those two are ordered. So now we just have to check the third one. So we'll take this third one. And we are going to subtract on the smaller of the two. All right. So then if this comes out negative, then we've got it figured out. We have to put that first one out. So we'll grab this, outbox it. We'll grab this, outbox it, and we will grab this, outbox it, right? And then we're done. We return to the start. Okay. So if it didn't come out, then that means the one we just grabbed is bigger than the one on 2. So now if it's also bigger than the one on 3, then we've got it figured out. So here we add 2 to get it back. And now we have to subtract 3 to see which of the two is bigger. Okay, so then let's look for the case where that came out negative. So if that came out negative, then we figured out that the one I have in my hand is bigger than 2, but smaller than 3. So I'm going to add 3 back. And now I have to put this one down, I guess. So I'll put it down here. Mm. So then we're going to outbox this. We're going to outbox this. And we're going to outbox this. And done. All right. Now, our next step is, so we did this, and we did this. All right, so then the last case. So if that came out positive, then it means the one we have in our hand is the biggest of the three. Wait a minute, hold on. So if negative, this one was smaller, so I've got these reversed, right? So here, again, oof. So rather than have this add everywhere, I'm probably better off just actually putting it on the floor to start with. Maybe? Probably doesn't really make a difference. We'll come back to that. Okay, so in this case, it came out that it was smaller. Yeah, it should make a difference. It should make a difference. So as soon as we get this, let's put it on this spot. And that should be fine. But then here, we don't have to do these, right? So we save those. All right, so it was a little bit, but I do think it maybe helps. Because we're going to save those same things here as well. And that is here, right? So we're going to copy from this one. And then it's going to be 3 and then 4. And I am going to change this because I think that's a little bit easier to read for me. So in this case, it's 4, 2, 3. In this case, it's 2, 4, 3. And in this case, it's going to be 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is still way too many commands. Way, way too many. All right, so there he goes. So it's still 42 when we need 34. So it looks to me like all of this outboxing is a lot, right? So if we put these things down in the order that they need to go in, then maybe that'll help. It's a little bit tricky though. Maybe. I think I'm doing this. It seems clear that I'm doing this a pretty dumb way. Add 0. Copy 2, 3. So I think what I'm going to try next is we're going to use these 5, 6, 7 spots for the final spots. So we inboxed. We copied to 4, but that's not going to be required now, because we're going to use 5, 6, and 7 as the spots. I don't know if this is going to help, actually. Mm. Wait a minute. So we first did this, and that's where 4 was the smallest. So then easy. So we did 2 and 3. I'll put this back here for now. So I guess that one was easy peasy. So in these other cases, 2 is the smallest. So let's outbox 2 immediately and see how much that helps us. So we don't need to do this. We already copied it down. So we're going to go ahead and outbox that right off the bat. Then we'll copy from 4, subtract 3, and this is how we're going to know which one comes out next, right? So it was either 3 and then 4, or 4 and then 3. So I have 3 places that I'm jumping back to the start. And a couple of these end in copy from 3 outbox. So here, instead of jumping back to the start, we could jump this way. Down, down, down. And get rid of these. That's bringing us closer. And then... So now we have 2 jumps back to the start. So this one's at the end. What's the other one? So if I move this to here, and then bring this down, 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 down. Okay, so that gets rid of 1 more. So now I'm down to 37. Okay, better, better. Cool. All right. So we need to remove 3 more. So it does seem like we kind of within spitting distance almost. Just 3 more out of 37. So now we have just the 1 jump back to the start. I think this initial part looks okay for now. Hard to say, but I think it seems okay for now. So then we put this down. Copy from 4 outbox. Copy from 2 outbox. It's pretty messy. My goodness. Um, Copy from 3. Copy from 4. Oh my gosh. So we've only got the one jump back to the start. So there's not anything more we can optimize there. So let's see where I should be looking. Where is it that I should be looking? I was pretty pleased at being able to get it down this far, but now I'm just lost. Pretty lost. Jump if negative here. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I would say to me it actually looks pretty good. So then where are the last 3 commands to be shaved off? Don't know yet. Ah, wait a minute. Here's something. So we have this thing already on a 0. So we could potentially leave it on 0. In this case here. Right? So we could just put this on 1 and then not even do this because the thing that we want is already on 0 in that case. And then in this other case, so in this other case, they have to be swapped. Can we still do it in 4 commands? I'm not sure. Since I'm already using 2 and 3 down there, let's say that this is going to be 2. This is going to be 2. This is going to be 2. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 2. And now here we have to put it in a temp spot. So it didn't save us anything. I shaved off 2 here, but I'm going to need to add 2 here. So that sucks, right? Technically, if we put this one in 1, if we copied it to 1, or to 3 rather, excuse me, then that means what? that means we don't have to do this at all. We don't have to do anything there. And then in this case, we don't need to worry about a temp because we already put it down. Except I think it looks like I got that out of order, doesn't it? Copy to 3, subtract 2. Okay, no. This is right. This is good. Okay, so if negative... So if negative, we need to switch their places. Let me see how he looks when he's doing it. Okay, so he's got the -5. And so then we know we're going to need to be here. So if I put that down, then I could just add it to each of them. And how many commands is that? So if I just put that down in a temp spot, then add to 2 and copy to 2. Yeah, that's not bad. Then copy, let's see, so then copy from 1 again. Then add to 3 and copy to 3. So that's 6 total. Okay. I think I shaved off like 1. Let's see if it works. Okay, so I've got the -4. I'm going to put it on the floor. I'm going to make this 5. And I'm going to make this 9. Oh no, that didn't work. That needed to be sub. We needed to copy from 3. Then we needed to sub here. Yeah. So got the 4. Got the 7. Okay, I think that saved barely anything, but I think it is going to kind of work. I think it saved 1 command total. A weird, convoluted way to save 1 command. But hey, if we need to save it, we need to save it, I guess. So yes, that is the best. That is the best so far. So we need just 2 more. This one has the potentiality, I think, to kind of drive me crazy because it's turned into such mush, honestly, to save a lot of commands, but not quite enough. I still need to shave off 2 more somehow. Ah, you know what? I think I could shave off one more command. If this one was placed on 3, and this one was placed on 2, and then we sub 3, now jump if negative can go here, and we don't need that. Is that right? I think so. Yeah, that looks good. Nope, screwed it up. Oh, I think I needed to swap these numbers in here. I think it can work, though. Okay, so we put down the 3. We put down the 5. Okay, so we can see that they're put down out of order. So we make a subtraction. Oh, it came out positive. Okay, so that's good. So we're going to put this here. Okay, so yeah, this logic is wrong now. So if we add that there, that's just going to be wrong. It needs to be added to 3. Yeah. So this needs to be 3, and this needs to be 3, and this needs to be 2, and this needs to be 2. It gets a little wild trying to shave off. After this, it'll be just one last command. It will be all that's left. Okay. So let's look. I think I'm going to look for a second and see if there's another jump maybe somewhere that I could maybe remove. I do have a bunch of jumps in here. For sure. Okay, so man, I'm actually pretty pleased with this part now that I shaved 2 commands off this initial part. That's actually pretty neat to me. Um, it seems a little convoluted. Like, come on, isn't there a better way to do this? Okay, so it came out negative. So they're already in the correct order. That's good. So we're going to put this on 4, but we can see that it's not in the right order. So when we do the subtraction, it came out negative. So if it had not come out negative, we would have put the 2 out. We would have... Wait a minute. Then we would have had to check between these two. So this one goes out. This one goes out. And this one goes out. Yeah. Oh, wait. This looks like this. It looks like the ordering could be changed here. Maybe? Like the fact that this guy has to jump over these two. Right? So, like, what if... I don't think it's going to make a difference, but let me just see. So what if this guy were the one who made the jump? So let's say, what if this were coming out here, and then this guy were out here, and this guy were out here. So now the jump here is not required, right? So that doesn't make any difference, right? It's just, it's a jump either way, right? Let's just see if it works. Okay, seems fine. We're still at 35. Okay. So I'm definitely still noticing that I have outbox in a lot of different places, right? I've got it 6 places, and we only outbox 3 things. So does it make sense to try and look at whether we can maybe shave off an outbox somewhere? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that makes any sense. I kind of don't like that this part has added like an additional subtraction that we didn't have before. An additional subtraction. It just sounded kind of funny as I was saying it. Okay. Okay, so we grabbed. So we put that there. We grabbed the 4. We put that one down. We made a subtraction. Okay, so now we're going to copy this down. But I feel like I'm just wondering, should I just do these with temps instead? Like, okay, let me just look. So instead of doing this, we're just trying to swap them, right? So what if I instead just do copy from here to 1, copy from here to 3, copy from here to 2. That's just much more straightforward. It's still the same 6 commands, which is why I was like, oh, it won't save me any commands. But now I just want it that way. I just think it looks better and reads better. Man, oh man. We have extra tabs up here. All right. Well, I'm pleased to even just be this close. I will say that. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, like probably 5 minutes. And then I'm going to go back to the other one, the multiplication one, and I think I'm going to start that one fresh. Probably. I'll look at it again. And then I'll come back and see if I can figure out this one. So we're within 35, and we need to get down to 34 or fewer. That's crazy. So let's go out here. So yeah, so the only ones left, if we look at global achievements, blue optimization, the only ones left are this frickin' 3 sort that I've been looking at, and then this multiplication workshop, right? So this one is pretty small. And how close are we to getting it? So we need to, so we're at 16. We need to get down to 15. I think I'm going to start a fresh tab on this one. But for the moment, let me just take 5 minutes and be right back. All right, let's hop on here and try it again. Yes, this. Let's hop on here and try it again. Okay, multiplication workshop. All right, so we're going to grab the item. We're going to put it on the floor and grab the second item. All right. Cool, neat. So far, so good. All right, now here's what I think we should do. Whichever item is bigger, let's put it on 5, and let's put the smaller item on 6. That's what I didn't do here, but it, I think, would have made sense. So we're going to make a subtraction. Okay, so if that one is smaller, then we're going to put it on 5. And then we're going to grab this and put it on 6. Do we like that? Maybe. Okay, so then we're going to grab this, and we're going to put it on 6. And we're going to grab this, and we're going to put it on 5. All right. So the nice thing about this is now the whole thing is 100% straightforward, I guess. So we're going to bump down the smaller of the two. If it is negative, then we're going to output 0. I'm already over. Let me go back to this other one. Yeah, this is using way too much. Darn. Hmm. Yeah. Do we necessarily have to copy to both places at right at the start? Let's see. Kind of seems like it, right? But here's the thing, if we don't actually need to use this 9 for a 0, then what if we could just use that as one of our spots, for example. So we're bumping down a 0, right? Shoot. So here, what if we chose to not do this and to add this here instead? And then make this a bump situation instead. Nope, it can't work, can it? That was crazy. Can we undo? Still at 16, I think. Yeah, it's crazy to me. It's just these two left. If we do look at these stats, like, this is a pretty big drop-off, right? Before you get to the 5.9. Queen of Inefficiency. Solve any puzzle with at least 4x the number of steps. Okay, so that one's like... We could do that one. Right? Like, just throw a bunch of useless motions in there. So the drop off from 8.1% to 5.9, 8.1 for completing all levels to 5.9 for fully optimizing the blue path. It's a substantial drop off, but like, even then, it's kind of substantial, but not that much. I don't like this drop off from 5.9 to 4.5. That's not really that much either. Again, like, one thing you have to notice with this game is if you were to use a walkthrough, like, you could get these, right? A walkthrough, like, would tell you what to do and you would get them. But I don't know. So I mean, clearly not tons of players are using walkthroughs, because if like tons of players were using walkthroughs, these numbers down here would be higher, right? It's a huge drop off from the 89 who completed the first milestone to this one, or like the fourth milestone. But that's probably reflecting more, I would say, people who just decided they didn't really like it after all and gave up on it for that reason and not because it's hard. Because it's not really... I do find it hard. I wonder if other people find it hard the same way I do. I don't know. It's fine. So... yeah, it's crazy to me that I've got two more, right? I've got two more puzzles that I have to shave one command each off of, and then I finally get it. Right? So, like, I don't know, man. What I'm looking at here seems, I think, straightforward enough. Where can we shave off the last command from? Okay, so for one thing, what if we swap these? We can do that, right? That shouldn't be a problem, I think. Whoops, I guess it was a problem. Okay, so we'll swap them in these other places as well. So let's make this into 1 and make... No, that's not good. Okay, so at this point, what if we copy from here and add here instead? Let me swap these back for a sec. Let me see if this is okay. Okay, so that's okay, and we're still at 16, right? Okay, so now... So if we're going to copy from 1 and add 2... Ah, you know what? Wait a minute, hold on. Is that it? Okay, that was so simple. I was really, really rigid on this one, man. I think that is it. Okay, just one left. Yeah, that was quite simple. I mean, man, once I saw it, I was just rigid or tunnel vision or something. Didn't see it for a long time. Yeah, that totally works. Okay, let's go to the last one. Cool. Wonderful. Okay, last one, the 3 sort. So again, on the 3 sort, we are close, right? So the target is 35 and we're on 36, or is it 34 and we're on 35? Okay, so that worked okay. So we're on 35, we want to get it down to 34. Seems really close, right? Okay, so where can we shave off one more command? Um I feel like this part here. What if it's something similar to what I saw before? So I inboxed and I copied to 3. So I did have them the other way around before, and then I thought that this way was better. But what if I switch them back again? So if we put this one by default in the smaller position, so the reason I switched them and thought that was effective was because if they're switched, then this would be effectively, you would need jump if positive, but we don't have jump if positive. It's jump if negative or jump if 0 or unconditional jump. So I think it's sort of logical that I've got it this way, and it did save us, some commands. I think it saved us 2 commands when I made that change, right? So that seems good. This swap is using up 6 commands. And so my attention is kind of drawn to this swap thinking, is there a way we could do this better, right? Is there a way we could do this swap better? I don't know. There might not be. Um, so yeah, it's using up a lot of space for this swap, but it's saving us a lot of commands in other ways. But it also makes me think like maybe I need to be approaching this in a completely different way. Like I'm down to 35, I need to get down to 34. But like, is that as far as I'm gonna get unless I find a completely different approach? I don't know. It might be. Um, I don't think so. Let's keep looking here for a second. This one is hard because it became really convoluted looking when I brought it down to 35. Like in the process of bringing it all the way down to 35, it became rather convoluted looking. Let's watch him bit by bit. Okay, so he's got this. So he's going to put it on the 3. He's going to grab another one. Okay, he's going to put that on the floor at 2. Okay, fair enough. Now he's going to make a subtraction. Okay. So it did come out negative because they're already in the correct order. Sweet. So we're going to grab another one. Going to put that on the floor at 4. All right. Now he's going to make a subtraction. Okay, so this came out negative because the 1 and 2 is larger. Okay, so now we're going to grab from 4 again. Fair enough. And we're going to put that out because we realized that that one is the smallest. Okay, now we're going to grab this one because that's the next smallest. And then we're going to grab this one because that's the next smallest. So it seems very efficient. And it should, right? We're within 1 of where we want to be for a small amount of commands. So we're going to put this down. Okay, so now we need to make the swap. And I look at this and I think, okay, well, if I added the 4 that I'm holding to the 1 and put that down, then that fixes that. The problem is then how would I fix the 5? And I don't really have a good way to fix the 5. So what I would have to do is I would have to put the 4 down. Then I would have to make an addition here and put that down. So that's 3 commands. Right? Then I would have to pick this up again. Or no, I would have to pick this one up. I would have to subtract here and put that down. So it's 6 commands, same as the swap that we've got. So is there another angle we could look at for the swap? I kind of dislike the way his arms seem to be coming out of, like, the top part of his head. I don't think I ever really thought much of it until today, but I've been playing it, I've been playing it for hours today. And just those arms coming out of the top of his head, like, ugh, ugh. I don't know, man. I don't know. So, I mean, I feel like doing the swap this way is probably fine. I mean, yeah, so it does help us not have to do too many commands. But, you know, it's not efficient because, like, the original way that I did it was just with a large decision tree, right? And that was actually pretty efficient in terms of the number of command, or excuse me, in terms of the speed, in terms of the number of steps. But it had a lot of commands written out in different sections, you know. And the other thing that you could point out is that these, like, jump instructions in the game, they're all just counted as 1 step. But if you're, so it's a game that's like computer programming, and if you're doing computer programming with assembly with CPU jump instructions, the jump instructions themselves are usually rather expensive, right? Like, so these are move instructions. The jump instruction is probably worth like 15 move instructions in the CPU. You'd have to look it up. Let me just bring up some information real quick. So, like, let me see. Can I think of the name of that website? It's Agner Fog Optimization. This is a website that apparently is pretty well known, I guess, for C++ and assembly. And so there's some optimization manuals. So if we were to look at this PDF, optimizing subroutines in assembly language, let's just take a peek. Reasons for using assembly code, reasons for not using. So somewhere in the basics, there's probably something... Well, actually, I don't know. Optimizing for speed. Is it all the way down here? So this is 155 pages. Is it all the way down here on 63 that we actually start talking about how much each instruction costs? Oh, yeah, right here. A convenient table. I'm surprised it's this far into the book. But, yeah, so a move is worth 1, apparently. And these are clock cycles, I think. So floating point addition has a latency of 3 clock cycles. Do we see that? Floating point addition. So here it's a range of 2 to 6. So then jump is given as 0. Okay, so is this not the table I was thinking? So here's division. That's worth 12 to 80, so that's very expensive. Now, of course, in the game, we don't have division. We have to do it by making subtractions repeatedly. Here, I believe subtractions are folded into additions. Maybe? So, let's see. So jump or call, typical latency is 0. Wait a minute. Okay. Jumps, branches, calls, and returns do not necessarily add to the execution time of a code because they will typically be executed in parallel with something else. The number of jumps, etc., should nevertheless be kept at a minimum for the following reasons. The fetching of code after an unconditional jump or a taken conditional jump is delayed by typically 1 to 3 clock cycles, depending on the microprocessor. The delay is worst if the target is near the end of a 16 bytes or 32 bytes code fetch block, i.e. before an address divisible by 16. The code cache becomes fragmented and less efficient when jumping around between non-contiguous subroutines. Okay. Microprocessors with a micro-op cache or trace cache are likely to store multiple instances of the same code in this cache when the code contains many jumps. The branch target buffer, BTB, can store only a limited number of jump target addresses. A BTB miss will cost many clock cycles. Okay. Conditional jumps are predicted according to advanced branch prediction mechanisms. Mispredictions are expensive, as explained below, and this is a really big deal. So, I mean, this book is covering, like, all the basics that you need to know. So this is one that I'm going to start. This needs to go on my reading list. I'm actually going to move away from this for now, though, because I really want to finish this game. And at the rate I'm going, there's no way I'm going to finish the whole game. If I can at least finish this one, that'll be good. All right, so we're going to make this swap. So here he goes. Okay, so that's what we had. So now we're going to grab the next thing. Is -5 there, right? Why does -5 seem weird there? Oh, no, it's okay. Okay, so we're going to put the -5 out. Now we're going to make another subtraction. And we're going to grab this one and put that one out. And then we're going to grab this one and put that one out. All right, and that's it. Done. So close, but I really struggling to find one more command to shave off. Yes, you need to sort sets of numbers. Don't worry, our data resources here have no feelings, which we find to be convenient. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this one. Holy crap. All right, so we do have to make the subtraction here, of course. Let's see. What if... Wait a minute. What if we copied these both to extra spots? Okay, so that added 2. But now that means that in this case, we can shave 2 off. It's just 2. It's a wash. But yeah, so what it means is we can grab this, put it here, grab this, put it here, and drop these. So that's a wash, right? Oh, I messed it up. Oh, because I put them in the wrong places. There we go. Okay, so that's a wash. Is there something more that we can do here then? Let's see. This is a crazy one because we don't have any addressing. Like, I mean, yeah, that is what's crazy about it. That's really what's crazy about it. All right, let me take another 5 minutes. Yeah, seems crazy. All right, so what if this brings me back to something I was thinking quite a while ago, which is like, what if we let me try to think here for a sec. I have a bunch of outboxes, right? I have outbox 6 times. If we put these last 2 into more spots, so for instance, I'm trying to think, but it's not working out. So these last 2, I've got outbox 2, 2 different places. I've got outbox 3, 2 different places. I've got outbox 4, 2 different places. I mean, come on, that's got to be the problem, right? Because if I could cut those outboxes down from 6 to 3, then that would gain me 3 commands. And if I could do it with only 2 extra commands, then I'd be there. I don't know about that. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we can do it. Because what it means is basically every time instead of outboxing, maybe we just copy to a particular place. It still doesn't make sense. Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. Okay, so we inbox, we put it down on 4. Wait a minute. I think I might know. So if we don't copy at first, and we sub 3, the larger instead. Shoot. That's not it. Okay, so we sub the smaller, and so here it is. So here it's smaller. So here's a case where instead of copy from, we add it back. So same thing pretty much. Yep, same thing. But now we have to copy it down somewhere. So we're down to 34. Okay, what if... okay, hold on. We only need one of these, right? We could skip this one. I think I've got it. Okay, yes, it's right here. We only need one of these, I believe. So if we copy this one from 3 instead, then we don't need this. That's it. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. That was another really obvious one once I looked at it. Okay. Well, after all these years, that should cause it to pop. There it is. Well, there it is. It popped. Blue Optimization Award. Can you believe that? That's crazy. So I got all of these back in February 2019 and finally got this one all these years later. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's start in on the last one, a Green Optimization Award. I don't expect I'll be able to finish it tonight, but I can probably make quite a lot of progress. Okay. So, here we go. These green ones, I mean, they're not too bad. I mean, the last couple are pretty crazy, but these aren't too bad for the most part. Okay, so let's take a look at this one. Okay, where are we at? So, okay, if we bring it down to 7, that might do this one as well. So what's the extra that we don't need here? Oh, easy as that, right? Okay, amazing. Okay. And did it hit the speed as well? Yes. Okay, cool. String reverse, let's take a look. So we needed to get it down to 11. All right, seems like a similar situation to last time then. Technically, I think we can do it right here because we should get it back down to 0, I think. So if we just use 14 instead, in fact, let's not even do that. So we'll use 14, and then we'll bump it back down. And then when it goes to 0, well, let's see. I guess this means maybe if it goes negative, we bump it back up once and then jump back. That brings us to 12. Is that where we were before? I don't remember actually. I don't remember actually. Oh. Oh, okay. I needed to change that to 14. Okay. 11. 11 is where we need to be at. Okay, so we want to not do this. We want to jump if 0. There, that's 11. Okay, so let's see if that works for us. Seems okay. And the result is that we're good. Okay, good. Let's do this one. Inventory report. Busy, busy guy. Busy, busy, busy. Okay, so we were quite a bit too slow. Size is okay, but quite a bit too slow. Okay, so let's look. I think our basic idea is pretty much what it has to be, I believe. Um, I think. I think our basic idea here is probably pretty much what it has to be. Let's watch him slowly. So we're going to take this and we're going to put it down. And okay, so that's what we're doing. Okay, so let me stop him for a second. Okay, so we have a jump if 0. Yeah, I think that seems okay to me. What about this here? That seems like it might be too much jump. Maybe? Hmm. It seems like a lot of jump in here. Shaving off some of these jumps could really help. Okay, jump to the... Okay. This one seems alright. I think it's these two. So we do need a jump if 0, of course. Hmm. No, that seems alright. Interesting. So, yeah, we're using way, way, way more steps than we should. And overall, like, At a glance, it looks okay, so let's see how long it takes me to figure out what the problem actually is. Yeah, we're way over. Huh. Um, for each thing in the inbox, send to the outbox the total number of matching items on the floor. So if we're just trying to optimize for speed, one thing that I would consider maybe would be what if we counted backwards instead? So what if we set it to 13 and counted backward? I don't think that seems like much help. Or what if instead of copying like this every time, what if we alternated and counted backwards every other time? uh, it, it doesn't feel like it's going to save us a ton. All right, so now another thing we could consider is what if we unroll the loop, actually? So what if we unroll, because there are a ton of these jumps that are going to happen. So we could unroll that way, right? So let me try. They're getting a little more complicated, so I'm going to try opening up VS Code or something. How about VS Code? Okay. Hope I don't have anything too crazy in here. I should be careful. All right, looks fine. Okay, so I'm going to try to paste that. I don't see anything. Let me try again. So I went copy. Now on the clipboard. Okay. Paste. Oh, no. Oh, it's unresponsive. I wasn't expecting that. Finish. GitHub Copilot setup? Man. Alright, forget VS Code then. Let's try just doing it in Vim. It's fine. Not this, actually. Hold on. Okay, right here. Alright. Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay, here it is. Okay, so here is our program in Vim. Hey, doesn't that look much smaller and friendlier now that it's in text format? That's so lovely. Okay, sure. So if we want to unroll this, then which is the part that we want? This part jumps back to B, right? So instead of jumping back to B, we're going to take this. This much, I think, right? So we're going to yank that, I believe. Or maybe more like just this. No. Yeah. Yeah, see that way, okay, yeah, that makes it much easier to unroll, I believe. So we just paste it again, and again, and again, and once more. And what was this called? This was inventory. Oh, did this become responsive again? No, not really. Okay. Okay. All right, so here's what I ended up with. So I'm going to try copying this, and let's see if we can paste it in. Copy. And then we'll hop back over here, and let's find another tab, and let's see how it looks when we paste. It does not appear to be a valid program. Let me look again. So it says N resource machine program. Wait a minute, is part of it cut off? I think it was supposed to say human resource machine. Ah, you know what? That is a issue I have with Vim. It's been misconfigured in some way. Oops. I think it was supposed to say like that. Oh, hey, there it is. Ah, that's what it was supposed to look like. It's still not responding, though. Yeah, there's something misconfigured about my Vim that the paste, it used to work fine all the time, but lately not so much. Okay. And VS Code didn't give me troubles either. I don't know what that was about. Just me messing things up as usual, I guess. All right, so here we go. So let's try paste. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I need to change those labels. So I have C and D here. Although, to be honest, I'm not quite sure why that would make it an invalid program exactly. No, C and D should be fine, I think. What about E? Oh, okay, so the problem is I have C and D in too many places. So we just need to get rid of the extras. So I don't know if this is gonna help. Like, we can try it, I suppose. Okay, so now what if I do paste? So now it's okay. So now I guess we can run it. So in reality, it doesn't make any damn sense that I did it that way. But, I mean, whatever. I don't think it's going to save time either. I think it will save just a little time, but not much. Yeah, came out kind of deranged, huh? All right. Oh, and that did it. Well, okay then. All right, let's continue to elevator. So that was our inventory report. Ah, so now everything up until this top section, right? This is the very top. End program. Congratulations. We've still got a whole bunch to do here. So let's try duplicate removal. Maybe it won't be too bad. Okay. So it says we're good on size, 15, and the challenge was 17, but we want to go at a better speed. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So, I mean, sure, he did look very busy. Interesting, interesting. Reading it over, I mean, it seems good, I guess. We just want to go faster. Okay, seems fine. Yeah, seems pretty logical the way he's doing it. What will bring his speed? What will improve his speed? could try unrolling again. How much speed do we need to improve by? It didn't seem like a ton, right? Yeah, that is kind of a lot. Maybe that is a ton. All right, so yes, I'm scared of her too. Oh, word. All right. We're well under the target number of commands. 15 versus the target of 17. I think it might not be necessary to actually put the... So, like, he puts the thing down. After he inboxes, he puts it down here. That's probably not really necessary, right? So we could grab it and put it down only in the case where we're about to bump this, right? I think that actually will save us some. Maybe not a lot, though. Let's see. Just because that way he doesn't put it down unnecessarily, right? So in a lot of cases, he'll be able to skip doing that. All right, you think the speed is better? I think it's a little better. No, it's worse. Oh no, wait. Uh, it says this is the best, but not by much. Holy crap. Okay, so it made almost no difference. All right. Now, technically, we could do this after and get rid of that. So that should save us some. $188. Sure, yeah, it's in it. We're moving in the right direction. Um, Oh, hold on. I don't even know why this one is here. Why is this one here? Oh, of course, because it's a duplicate. My bad, my bad. I think we're going to unroll this one again. Same way as last time, probably. All right, let's copy. What was this one called? Duplicates? Okay. So, this part where we jump back to C, let's unroll that totally. Yeah, let's try it like that. It should bring it down a bit, right? 50 commands. Okay, yep. We're closer to the ballpark, 173. Okay, so in this repetitious part, do we see anything that's really not required? Okay. So technically we can unroll we can unroll this last part as well. So let's copy. It's cheesy. I think there are way better ways to do these, but I don't know, man. So here, so we jump back to I, whoops, which is here. So now instead of jumping back to I, I'm just going to put that in there. And put that in there again. Oh, we can't do that. I've got repeated labels again. Okay, so all the labels from here on down have to be removed. All right. That's a goofy one, baby. So, I don't know. I do feel that it's dumb to try to cheese your way through it. I don't know, man. Did I have... you know, maybe I shouldn't have deleted those other save files, because, like, maybe those had good solutions that I would have liked to have looked at. Shoot, they probably did, actually. We're down to 169. So if we shave off 2 more, then that's it. Yeah, pretty deranged there, but okay. My goodness gracious. So this jump is to bump down 11. Technically, it does seem to me that if we were to paste that twice more, we might actually be able to get rid of the last 2. No, it is stupid because, like, what is the real answer? What is the real good answer? Maybe it's not stupid because part of it is like, well, there's not really just one answer. But also, like, on the other hand, like, there's no way I would be able to do this or consider trying to do this if I weren't using an external editor. Okay. Completely deranged. Hard to imagine being crazier than that. Can have a maximum of 255 lines. Okay, let's look again. Oh, yeah, we're way over. Whoops. Hmm. All right, let me think. So it was this one, right? So this one was pretty dang close. Honestly, at this point, is it even any better than using a walkthrough? Oh my goodness. I don't know. Okay, so there it is. And if we run it, does it work? Yeah, so that brings us to 169. So two more. Okay. Let's clear that out for a sec. So is this the original, the OG, basically? Yeah, so that's 15. That's my best. And this one is, so it's 15, so it's one of my tersest. 188. And somehow I can't bring it down from 188 to 167, at least not yet. Because, like, if I could bring this one down without adding more commands, and then if I unroll it again, then that would get there, right? If I can just tweak it down a little bit more and then unroll it again, that might really be the way to go. Okay, so here's something. We shouldn't really need to do this every time. Or actually, no, excuse me, we do. We do need to do it every time. If we... So we have to keep track of the size of the string we're working with using this. So we could maybe do it a different way. Where, for example, if instead of doing this, so maybe we do this the first time. All right. And then what if we then, instead of bumping this down, maybe we bump it up. So we count the, so we're going the opposite direction. We still do this. It doesn't make any sense. I think it unfortunately doesn't make any sense. We could try doing like alternating loops. I kind of hate that idea. But we could try maybe doing alternating loops. So let me change it back to the way it was. I'm going to try and do this in the editor, I guess. Just make sure that's still good. I've been wondering when my head was going to start to turn red from me having my hand on my head all the time, and I can definitely see it's very red now. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's 180. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go over to my editor. And I notice, like, this text is quite a bit smaller than I like to have it on stream. So I'm going to paste that there. But But then let me adjust my font size. Looks like I've got it at 10. Oh, yeah, 10 is way smaller than I normally want to have it for streaming. No wonder. Okay. So 20 on I'm not gonna lie, 20 is probably about where I want it most of the time for streaming. For today though, I don't want to go all the way to 20. Let's see where 15, see how that one looks. I'm gonna look at it on my phone as well. Oops. Let me see how it looks on my phone. Yeah, honestly, 20 is legitimately where I do want to have it, I think, most of the time when doing streaming. Now. Okay, so I'm looking at it on my phone. Let me see how it looks at 20 again. Yeah, see, that's actually almost readable on the phone display. So I'm gonna split the difference for now and call it 17.5. Yeah, yeah, I think I can be reasonably happy with that. I like 10 for my own use, but I don't like 10 on the video, on the VOD looks way, way too small. I think 20 looks about right, but I don't want to go all the way up to 20 right now. Okay. So, basically, let's look at how we're looping. So we're going to try to do alternate loops, basically, right? Okay, so let's make this one, I guess, E and F and G, I suppose. So this one will jump back to B, but this one actually will not jump at all. So there's no need for an E. And then this one, instead of jumping to D, this one will jump to G, right? And then this one, let's see, so that's jumping to A. Oh, okay, so I guess I did want that thing. So this one should be E, or did I? So this one jumps to A. So I guess this one here should actually jump to E. E, there we go. And then this one, I guess, should jump to F. This one jumps to B. That seems right. Is something jumping to A? Yeah, right here. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to try to do here is, in this loop, we are not going to do that. Here we're going to bump up 11. And we're not going to do these. So we're going to bump it back up to 0 in this case. And, oh no, wait, actually, no, we're not going to bump it up here at all. We're going to bump it up here. Okay. Yup. 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 Well, I'm pretty sure there is a problem with this, right? Because if we're here, then 11 is not down into the negative yet. So in all reality, we need to actually zero it out. And this bump up that needs to happen needs to be here, I think. So in all reality, we need to zero that guy out. So I'm going to put a 0 here somewhere at the start. We're not using 10, right? Are we using 13 anywhere? So we ended up not using 13. So let's use 13. So I'm going to say here, copy from 14. All right. Copy to 13. So that we'll just have a 0 there. And then here, we will copy from 13 and copy to 11. It doesn't look to me like this helps in any way, honestly. Unfortunately, at this point. But that's it. That's, I guess, that's what it is. All right. Well, I don't know. It seems pointless. Let's see if it at least works or something. Okay, so this is in the lower loop. And so this jump if negative is not correct. That animation looks like he's really going crazy, huh? What time is it? I'm gonna have to stop soonish for the day, I think. Yeah, a lot of red on my head there. Ah. All right, so in order to do this, we actually have to kind of make a comparison and see if we're at the place where we thought we were going to be. So, I mean, in all reality, it really seems like it's bound to take more time, not less. And that seems pretty clear, I think. But on the other hand, like, I'm clearly taking more time than I... You know what? I'm actually going to stop this one. I'm going to try one other one. And I might come back to this tomorrow, I guess, because I don't want to leave it. I don't want to leave the game hanging. After I made actual progress today. I don't want to leave the game hanging, but I'm definitely not going to finish it tonight. No chance. So that was supposed to be duplicate removal. Let's look at alphabetizer. Okay, so here's what it looked like. So this one was kind of messing me up earlier this morning. It wasn't this morning, it was this afternoon. I didn't even wake up this morning. All right, so if I shave off 1, then we'll be good there. And just 4 here. So this one's actually rather close, right? And I might be able to find something pretty easily here, I would guess. Okay, so technically, I could probably collapse both of these string copy loops into one, actually. These could probably both be collapsed into one. So what we're going to do is instead of copying to 22, we're going to copy here to 21. And then jump straight back here. I guess. But then the trouble is how do I find out when to actually be able to progress? So the way we're going to do that, if we want to do it that way, I'm not sure. I think we'll just compare to this. Okay, so here's how it's going to be. So we're going to jump back and go through that same loop again, and we're just going to remove this second loop. And this is going to be 21. Okay, so then I'm going to leave that part alone. And then here, when we get to the point that we're going to jump back, here, no, where is it? Okay, so when we got to the 0. So here, we're going to make a comparison. So I'm going to say... So we copied the 0 down. Now we are going to copy from 21. We are going to sub this. Jump if negative to here. So I am adding kind of a lot. And so then if it's like this, then we find, okay, we're done. And we don't need to do that. So that brought it down to 39. Is that below the target? I think it is. Or maybe that is the target. Yeah, 39. So we got it. Hooray. So 121. The best was 113. Okay, so we got the size challenge. I think that speed challenge might not be too bad to do. So let me just see if we undo. Let me see where I'm undoing. Kind of hard to tell where I'm undoing, actually. I think it was likely about there. Nope, the inbox is still gone. There's the inbox. Was it there? That looks right. Let me see. Let's see here. This still says 21. Let's undo again. Yeah, I think that's right. Let me see. Okay, so this is a case where I think if we do unroll the copy loops, then that is going to fix it. Or that's going to bring it down. So let me go one more time. Let me go to my editor. And, you know, that BRB is not the best background. What's the best background? This. Let me see if I can remember how to turn the volume down. Wait, what is that? Oh, that scrubs through the... I don't remember how to turn the volume down. Let me see. Let me just take a quick look then. Oh, slat. Yep, I had completely forgotten that. Wait, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, 9 and 0? Oh, I didn't see that working either. Oh, wait, that does work, doesn't it? Oh, I thought... Oh, it does work. I thought it would show a message. Alright, well, that's enough messing with that. It's about time for me to stop. Okay, so what was this one I was working on? The compare. Okay, so here's what I've got. And I want to just unroll these ones at the start, because we only need to save four commands, right? So instead of jumping back to B, we'll just do that. And here again. So we used 56 this time, and does it bring us below 109? Sure. No problem. There's still so much. So it's probably, to finish these last ones, it's probably going to be another 4-hour session at least. Yeah, I think